Jacob, what's going on, man? How you doing, man? We got ourselves a random roll live stream today. I'm doing pretty good, man. Had the day off from work, took off and saw a friend, picked up a new knife, picked up a new multi-tool. Had a pretty good day. Pocket Privilege EDC, what's up? How's it going? So we're looking at a random roll live stream. In a few minutes here, we're going to roll the D20 of Destiny and see which knife we're going to use. So we have got Benchmade Bug Out CF Elite. We've got the Olatan's mini airship right here. We got a Monicala Assault Team 1, which I heat anodized the titanium on this one. We got the Petrified Fish Beluga. Ooh, Jacob, that's a good deal, man. I've gotten a lot of jokes about the feet, dude. But we got the Petrified Fish Beluga right here. And of course, we got the Manix 2 Lightweight in 15V. So we got some solid options here. I think we got a 15V, D2, 14C, D2, and then S30V. Aiden, what's up? How you doing? Hey, man, maybe. These are the two I'm scared of. These are the two I'm scared of. I don't know how long to expect S30V to last, and I don't know how long to expect the 15V to last. But I figured I'd throw some stakes in here. And then, of course, this one, if we get this, it's going to be a lot of fun to try to work with. It's going to be a hoot and a half. So yeah, if y'all want to guess which one you think we're gonna get, by all means. We're gonna probably roll in about 4 minutes here, so that we can start testing at 5 o'clock. Give the D20 room to roll. Right? Yeah, buckle your underwear. I just want some good D2. This would be K110, so D2. Am I on Wi-Fi? Yeah, I had to turn on the Wi-Fi. Yeah, I don't have a Kubi. What's up? How you doing? I don't have any Kubis. Or are we doing this with a Kubi? It's again, I'd love for the guys to reach out to me and ask if I wanted to review some of their stuff, but that's not going to happen. At least not right now. Oh, nice. I haven't heard of a Piranha Bodyguard, but I'm assuming it's pretty damn good. Oh yeah. And I'm not a huge flashlight guy, but my buddy that I got the multi-tool from, the Gerber and the Dream Tech from, he's got a prototype Olight that I'm going to pick up from him as soon as I can. Because he said the magic prototype word, so I got excited. And then he's got some stuff that was never released. I don't know how he's getting this stuff, but he made me insanely jealous with those. Speaking my language right there. Like I said, I don't have grails, but you get into stuff that was never released or you get into prototypes, then I get excited. Punisher, what's up? Yeah, like I said, I don't know how he got it unless it was something he bought at Blade Show. He's getting into some weird stuff. Colin 1903, what's up? How you doing? I don't know which one is the sharpest, I'll be honest. But let's see which one we get to cut with tonight. We got a 1. We rolled a 1. We're going in on the 15V. Aiden, I hope you're happy. Aiden, I hope you're happy. I really like the Beluga. Ray Hancock, what's up? How you doing? King Gwyn, what's up? How you doing? No, the streams haven't been rare lately, but I really like the Beluga. Barring a bad heat treatment, I really like it. All right, so we got the Manix 2 and 15V. So it's definitely got some wear on it. I don't know about the Beluga heat treatment. I haven't done the edge retention testing with it yet. I mean, I'm reasonably confident it's the K110, which is D2 under a different name. It's just I've gotten so much bad D2 lately that I'm a little scared of it. All right, so let's see what we got in here. $322. George Bramblett, what's up? How you doing? We're gonna strop this one and see what we can get it down to, just because that's a high number. Oh, that ain't good, George. That ain't good at all, George. At least it sounds like it was just a scare. James Massey, what's up? How you doing? Let's see if that helped at all. Oh, that feels a lot nicer. James, I'm doing good, man. We got a live stream going. We got a bonus live stream, and I'm hanging out with you guys. So we're having a good one. I got to be awake until like 2 a.m. It's just about 5 p.m. now, so it's going to be a while. We got the 15V, so we may be here till 2 a.m. Yeah, we got her down to 204. It responded. Okay, so I'm happy with how well that's dropped down. Y'all hit that like button if you'd be so kind. Help a brother out. And we'll get started with the testing in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Now that is interesting. I just mixed up some cinnamon sugar cookie cheesecake, so I'm kind of curious to how this goes. I haven't tried it before. Mac 47 Cord, what's up? How you doing, man? Wednesday's been pretty good, man. Wednesday's been pretty good so far. I got a new multi-tool. I got a new knife. Got some beads unloaded to be sold on Whatnot. Had a pretty good day so far. And of course, I got my emotional support caffeine with me, so that's always good. Yeah, I don't, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. Ta-da! I am sticking with the budget knives because that's what the channel's built on. The nice stuff like this of course was a gift from Aiden if he's still in the chat. So that's the only reason we have this. We wouldn't have anything this nice if it wasn't for Aiden. Not this one at least. But yeah, what's everyone getting into? All right, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm still doing a full-time job. Ooh, yeah, that sounds. My Benchmade bug out. Like I moved and I like I knocked some skin off the tip of my finger. There was a nice little flake that I didn't even feel happen. But yeah, George, I'm definitely working on back to working on getting the channel built again. Tonight's live stream may be a little dead. It looks like we got 8 concurrents, which is unfortunate, but maybe as it gets later on in the evening, it'll pick up. I'm hoping. Like, I'm definitely not doing it because I'm desperate for views, but I do want to build the channel. So it's like the more the better. All right, T minus less than 1 minute. Oh, Keratin, what's up? How you doing? All right, let's get going. No, it's all good, George. Yeah, vegan bacon for the local orphanage. Vegan bacon here. Get your vegan bacon. Get your vegan bacon here. Hope I appreciate it. I'm not on here every day. I wish I could afford to be on here every day. But just a guest, what's up? How you doing? But yeah, I hope I'm not on here every day because I got a full-time job, but I'm on here once or twice a week. Oh, come on. Anybody doing anything interesting for Christmas? That's rolling up on us real fast here. Woo! Yeah, I wish we had some more smaller knife shows here, but I'm willing to bet what we get is a lot of junk brands and a lot of custom makers that are either selling stuff that's way too expensive for me or selling Pachymascus. I haven't seen Wildlands before, but I know I don't have a Sabinza. I don't know if you hang out and wait for KO Knives. I don't know if he has a second Sabinza to sell. I know KO Knives. I thought he had picked up a second Sabinza. I thought he had picked up a second Sabinza. Jocelyn McDonald, what's up? How you doing? We are currently making vegetarian bacon for the local orphanage. Yeah, it's a full flat on this. gotta get this chat going. Yeah, my Christmas shopping is done already, but it's a very small list of people. It's just the wife and my 2 kids. That's about all I ever buy for. So we got gift cards for the kids just because I can't think of what they would want specifically. Their taste is like they're both grown. They're both grown, but it's kind of hard to gauge what they want. And then the wife already bought some perfume she wanted. I got some cologne I wanted, and then I got the the Devo Growler XL for myself. Believe it or not, my kids don't want to handle knives. Like I got my oldest one and their emotional support human. A couple of where is it? But yeah, I got him a couple of these GVDV Zodiacs. And because they were kind of interested in knives and kind of not, but that didn't really turn them on to it. Yeah, I've got the one concept knife that I wanted. Concept knife that I really wanted. That was the Corvid XL. I've got that thing, which I'm really happy I've got it. That's going to be fun to carry and review. Yeah, I like the top liner lock. I'm not going to lie, but I still like my axis lock. I don't have any one preferred lock. I know I got some locks I tend to avoid. Like I'm not a huge fan of button locks. There are some good ones out there, but I'm not a huge fan. But I like my axis locks, so I'm not bothered by them being so prevalent. Hey, the Work Sharp Precision Adjust is a good gift. I like that. Yeah, there's a lot of knives where they've got multiple opening systems, and I'm just like, I don't need all this. I just need I need a flipper tab. Like, I like my flipper tabs, my back flippers, and my thumb holes. The rest I can kind of take it or leave it. But I also like to keep things as simplified as possible. Thumb studs, I'm not a huge fan of. If I can avoid using them, I do. Jack Burdine, what's up? How you doing, man? Now, did you get the Precision Adjust Elite, or the Precision Adjust Professional? If you've got the Elite, I would recommend buying the extra stones if you don't have them to make it the Elite, so that you've got all your stones, because the extra stones make a big difference. You can still get a knife sharp without it. But being able to go up to 800 grit onto the ceramic is very nice. It's like, I looked at the regular Precision Adjust at the $60 price tag. I'm like, ooh, that looks nice. And then I saw the Elite for 120 with the extra stones, and it went up to 800 grit. I was like, nope, I'm going to spend a few extra bucks now and not buy the extra stones later, because I already knew. As soon as I saw it that I was going to be buying extra stones for it. You guys, I could have gotten a half a gallon of sweet tea earlier today, and I didn't. And now I'm sad. And no, like... I tried to use the small blade attachment on the Professional, which is magnets. Yeah, that's a start, James. But, like, I don't know about you, but the magnets wouldn't hold the blade in place. I'm not sure how magnets keep the blade in place while you're sharpening, especially not as hard as you got to bear down to get results soon. But yeah, you're going to want the extra stones to turn it into the Elite. But you're still starting off at a good point. Yeah, that strop's okay if that's the only thing you got, but, you know, having experienced the difference, I would still say diamond emulsion is better. Get you a clean strop. And if you don't want to spend the money for the spray emulsion, get some diamond paste. Just something, and use that, and then do like a 6 micron and a 1 micron or something like that. Yeah, at some point I'd like to get a stone holder and some extra stones for the Professional, just so I can go down to 100 grit and really hog material off. Because with the current system, that 220 grit stone I got is worn slap out, especially at the middle. So for establishing the bevel with the 220, I mean, I'm not even getting it to a burr with the 220. I'm having to switch to the 320 to finish hogging material off and get the first really good burr to form. Now you guys have seen how detail oriented I like to be when I'm stropping. And I got all these boxes from the chemical aisle at work, the laundry aisle. So I smell laundry detergent, SOS pads. I can kind of taste it a little bit. Yeah, you'll probably like that 1000 grit. Yeah, like dust collection for this would be really nice because I do go upstairs and my glasses are absolutely coated in particles from the cardboard. But that would also make noise that I don't want in the background of the video or the live stream. Yeah, there are options, but they ain't cheap options. Because like you'd want a dust collection system that has a vacuum to it and pulls the air from right about here away. A general air filter that does a full room is not going to get the particles out of my face. Yeah, I'm not super worried about it, Kingwin. Like I'm not super worried about it. Because here's the thing. At work, I'm already getting covered in the same cardboard dust. I'm already getting covered in dust from this cardboard at work. Like, it's not like I'm going to avoid it in any real serious capacity. Yeah, but at some point, it stops mattering. Like, it's kind of stopped mattering to me. I might be in a larger area, but all the cardboard I'm handling is like in my hands close to my face. All I'll say is all the stuff you buy at the grocery store is dirtier than you think. The warehouse is full of very aggressive dust. The back room of the store is filled with very aggressive dust. The cardboard generates its own dust. So Everything there is dirtier than you think. I don't really bother, like when I wash my hands, a lot of black stuff gets rinsed off, and you can see the water is a nice dark dishwater gray when it comes off my hands, getting washed off. Like I know it's there, and I don't even bother doing anything about it. You know, I'm not obsessively rinsing cans off or anything like that. Oh boy. And believe it or not, I don't think I could buy a box fan for 30 bucks. I know when we lost our AC for a month last August, I believe it was, worst time of the year to lose AC. Went looking for a box fan, and they were significantly more than I wanted to spend money on Amazon. Oh. KO, what's up? How you doing, man? So I had a question for you. What was it? Pocket Privilege EDC is on the market for a Sabinza, and I don't remember whether or not you bought one to resell or not. Gotcha. Okay. Like I was wondering. Gravy Seal, what is up, man? You haven't been here in forever. Been wondering where you were, man. Yeah, Pocket Privilege, are you still in here, man? Yeah, I don't know what he's looking for. All I know is he said he was looking for a Sabinza if anybody had one for sale. So I told him to hang out and wait for KO Knives to get here. And we'll see if KO had one for sale. But I'm guessing he left. Yeah, how much you trying to get out of that Sabinza? That's not, bleh. That's not too shabby, Gravy Seal. Relentless fishing. Yeah, that's the point. We're looking to see how long it can go before the edge is shot. This is some edge retention testing. And this is some high-end steel, so we're gonna be at this for a while. Yeah, rock will do it faster. We're doing good, Relentless Fishing. How you doing, man? But yeah, most of our live streams are edge retention testing, so we're sitting here cutting up cardboard until the edge is completely fucking wrecked. We got 15V steel here, so we're going to be here for a while. Yeah, I dropped by my buddy Wilderness Bushcraft's house earlier today to drop off some beads and pick up a multi-tool. And he had an absolutely hilarious Pikachu gas station special knife. Which I wanted to get from him, but I couldn't figure out what I could do with it afterwards, because Austin McGee, what's up? How you doing, man? Somehow I don't think Gravy Seal is about to take his Sabenza apart. That's what she said. Yeah, KO would be happy to put your knives back together for you and clean them and oil them. That'd be some good live streams too. And correct me if I'm wrong, the 15V doesn't have the same carbide structure the Rex 121 and the Maximet did, does it? So I can go to a higher polish with the edge. About the same carbide structure? Oh, we're going to be here for a while then. Ah, son of a bitch. Paul, what's up? How you doing? At the very least, the cuts on the rope should be interesting. With the if the carbides are sticking out. Michael, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Adriana de Morinville, what's up? How you doing? I don't know exactly how many cuts, but we have been cutting like this for 45 minutes. I can't read comments, talk to you guys, and count each individual cut, unfortunately. I wish I could. At least 3. It's got at least 3 cuts. Well, he would give up after about 5 minutes on each stream he did that on. God dang it. Okay, that's better. Sorry, my glasses were covered in crap. I had to clear those off. Ooh, thank you, past me. Mafio Bill, yes, we have got the 15V. How you doing, Mafio Bill? I'm doing good, Mafio Bill. I'm doing really good. You know, we're doing a live stream. I'm hanging out with you guys. I'm having a good time right now. Probably won't be having quite as good a time in like 6 hours here when the 15V is still going. Yeah, it has been a while, Mafio Bill. You'll be happy to know that we added cutting up a 1-inch hemp rope to the testing process. But KO, remind me in a little while whenever we stop cutting for the first edge quality test, and we'll take a look at your modified Sabinza. It doesn't speed up the process because I'm still going to wipe the edge out on the cardboard. The rope is just a secondary test. We've done it twice now. Boy, I got the jitters real bad. The views have been kind of hit or miss. I was doing streams at like 6 in the morning for a little while there, and they got a lot of views. And then the streams in the afternoon, like this time, haven't been pulling that many. You know, I was pulling 100 plus concurrent viewers at one point, and since I've started doing them in the afternoon, the views have died down quite a bit. Which I figure the views will probably come back after a little while. I haven't been making the algorithm happy. I took a break for a couple of months, and that probably did some damage to the to what the algorithm thinks that I'm doing. Which I kind of wish opening shift. I wish opening shift would have been going better at work. That way I could stay on my 6 a.m. stream schedule just for the views. But I'm doing mids and closing now. So like today, I got to stay up until 2 a.m. so that I can put myself on a sleep schedule to close tomorrow. And then the day after tomorrow, I'm doing a mid. So I got to come home and crash right away, pretty much the second I get home. Which is the only thing I don't like about doing mids. But I'm not going to complain because it's not opening. Brando, what's up? Yeah, we got the 15V Mannix. I threw this on the table for a random roll. We did a random roll, so this was on the table with 4 other knives, and the D20 of Destiny hit 1, so here we are. The wife's car ended up being a clogged exhaust resonator. I thought I could get away with getting that fixed done for about $700, and it ended up being $1,200. And we had to get a used part to fix it. No, it's not VG10, Brando. It's 15V. It's not VG10. I will say, though, I was about to say, it runs a lot zippier than it did before it broke down. Like, for a long time, I was wondering why it was so slow, like, had so little get up and go to it. We've been going at it for 54 minutes so far. We're just barely getting started. But it's way zippier than I remember it being for a long time before it broke. Yeah, VG10's a steal, but you're definitely hearing things. Well, I tell you what, I kind of wish we hadn't have gotten this one, but I wanted to do a pretty basic live stream. We are going to be at this for a long time. Yeah, KO was saying that the carbide structure in 15V is very similar to Maximet and the Rex 121. If that's the case, then the rope cutting test at the end of all this should be interesting if we can get this all done tonight. Wilderness Bushcraft, what is up, man? How you doing? Mega J, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I figured you were going to be on Whatnot already, man. Or no, you're trying to catch the 1, 2 in the morning guys, aren't you? Oh, KO's using a jig. KO's using a jig. That fucking lightweight. This is the jig right here. This is the jig. Yeah, even for the rope. All right, so we got our first hour knocked out. Let's get the tape gunk off of this bad boy. Oh, hello. This thing's not letting go of the tape gunk. That ain't good. Yeah, that's not going to be a pain in the ass all night. All right. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, we got it broken loose. We got it knocked loose. Mafia Bill. The handle's treating me really good, man. The handle's treating me really good. Let me run upstairs and grab my 2-liter real quick. I forgot that. I'll be right back, guys. right, guys. All right. Emotional support 2 liter. Yeah, you guys are awesome. My regulars are really cool. All right, there is KO Knives' finished modified Sabinza. We're almost through with the chemical boxes. We're almost through with the chemical boxes, you guys. All right, T-minus 1 minute. We'll pick the testing back up again. All right. Back to it, lads. I took it out of the box and messed with it a little bit, but I'm trying to get the trying to save handling it very much for the unboxing video. The Gerber I played with for a few minutes though. Dan Stan EDC, what's up? How you doing, man? What thoughts on the Gerber or thoughts on the Dream Tech? Yeah, we're on the 15V, Dan Stan. Which means we're going to be here all damn night or until I physically can't keep going. Oh, I fucking love the Gerber. Like I said, I've been wanting one of those forever since the first time I saw one, but I didn't know what they were. At one point, I went to try to find one, but I didn't know exactly what to look for. Speaking of which, if you guys want to pick up some of the glow-in-the-dark beads I made, Wilderness Bushcraft is going to have them up on Whatnot. Is that going to be later tonight? Yeah, y'all hit up if y'all want to buy some beads or if you're in the market for some knives. Michael C 0101 on Whatnot is where you want to go. What time are you starting your stream? I think the beads are usually going for around 30, 35 bucks, somewhere in that window. Mustache Fabio, what's up? How you doing? How's it going, man? Oh, do I want to cut another one of these up? Not really. Am I going to? Yes. Well, I mean, in my opinion, the Rex 121 is a little bit more sick than the 15V. Yeah, my Sage 5 is in Rex 121. Which that was again a gift from our good friend Aiden. Or we wouldn't have it. Oh yeah. No, the Rex 121, my dude, like we were doing our edge retention testing, it lasted forever. And I stopped and I cut glass with it in the middle of the testing. We were at that forever. I don't think we ever actually really finished the edge off either. And it sharpened up real nice. Yeah, the only caveat to that is that Rex 121 is brittle. But if you like the thought of being able to score glass with it, which I may still have the glass that I did that with around here somewhere. Oh, you're shitting me. You guys, I didn't know I had a bottle of water here. Fuck yeah. That's what I wanted. Yeah, and I believe you want to keep your Rex 121 oiled or waxed or something, because I was told it's prone to rusting. All right, Ryan, I appreciate you being here, man. Tom Lloyd, what's up? How you doing, man? It's actually starting to get warmer here. I'm in the southeast, so it got really cold for a couple of days, and then it's supposed to start getting warmer. Let's see. Yeah, Friday is high of 49. Saturday is a high of 58. Yeah, so I don't have much to worry about there. Oh yeah. So I looked at the report for the general report for the overall winter this year. And it's basically saying 70% less snow than we normally get in an average year, and we almost never get snow to begin with. So I don't think we're seeing any snow this year. I'm not gonna lie. As much as I'd love to have one good snowstorm, as much chaos as that would cause at work, I don't know if I'm ready for that. $77, what's up? How you doing, man? We're gonna do one for Billy Mays. Yeah, we've had a pretty quiet stream so far tonight. Things have been a little quiet and slow moving. This box sucks. Damn it, Billy Mays. I don't know. We haven't done the Rectum game in a while. So if you guys haven't played before, the Rectum game is where you replace one word in a movie title or a book title or a song title with the word rectum and see how wild you can make it. For example, James and the Giant Rectum. Let's see what you got. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Rectum. The Men Who Stare at Rectums. Blazing Rectums. Come on, guys. I got to have more than that. I'm going to get Charlie in the chocolate rectum before anybody else does. I would have gone with the King's Rectum. Journey to the Center of the Rectum. Honey, I Shrunk the Rectum. We got the whole Mad Max series. Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Rectum. But we got, Mad Max, the Rectum Warrior, Mad Max Beyond Rectum Dome, Mad Max Fury Rectum. Goonies never say rectum. Oh, the rectum under the stairs. I did do Charlie in the rectum. Well, no, I did Charlie in the chocolate rectum. Rectum of brothers. Stop or my rectum will shoot. Oh, Harry Potter. You can do the whole Harry Potter thing pretty much. Harry Potter and the Rectum of Secrets, or you go Harry Potter and the Chamber of Rectum. John Madden, yes, an entire Christmas tree. Just jam an entire Christmas tree up there. When you rip a fart, it'll smell like Douglas fir. Oh yeah, that Clint Eastwood movie, Dirty Rectum. Oh, Scarlett, you're good. John Rectum is adequate. We all know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, Rectum, where art thou? Come on, guys. I know y'all got more than that. Oh, the last charge of the Rectum Brigade? That's a pretty good one. I like that. Old Stephen King movie, The Green Rectum. Yeah, 47 rectums. That's pretty good. I like that one. Good one. Dude, where's my rectum? The rectums of Madison County. We like that one. Let's see, what else we got? The judges would have also accepted the rectum since. As a matter of fact, we can do the scent of a rectum. I believe that was an Al Pacino movie. Yeah, I did do blazing rectums a while ago. The Babysitter's Rectum. Not another rectum movie. Meet the Rectums. Either one of those would have worked, Punisher. Good looking out on that. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Rectum. Oh, Gone with the Rectum's a classic. That one usually shows up. You know what? I'm saving that for shredded cardboard. National Lampoon's Christmas Rectum, or National Lampoon's Rectum Vacation. We like that one. And I think Jay and Silent Bob's Strike Rectum would have been a little bit better. I could be wrong. We'll let the audience decide. The Wizard of Rectum, that one's pretty good. That makes a bold statement. Sabrina the Teenage Rectum. I almost couldn't do that one with a straight face. Rectum Born Killers. A rectum too far? The rectum of the Edmund Fitzgerald. We could also do, yeah, I always thought about Saving Private Rectum. There's like, if we could change the other words around, that could be even funnier, like Saving Private's Rectum. We can also go Indiana Jones and the Rectum of Doom. Rectum of a salesman. Inglorious Rectums is pretty decent. You sure you don't want to go with the grapes of Rectum? Rectum, now! Attack of the 50-foot Rectum. I think we like Rectum Odyssey a little bit better. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's pretty much the same thing. Oh, that's not bad, Punisher. That's not bad at all. Yeah, that's not bad, 77. Break into electric Rectum. We can go either the Italian Rectum or the Rectum Job, whichever you prefer. We haven't done a few good Rectums yet. That's a surprise. That's close, Archer, but I think I would have done Snow White and the 7 Rectums first. Yeah. Punisher got it. This guy gets it. You meant the good, the bad, and the Rectum. Ooh, the sound of Rectum. Arthur, that's a good one. That's a good one. And no one's done the Nightmare Before Rectum yet, which surprises me. Or a Christmas Rectum. Or the Rectum Express. Star Wars, Rectum of the Jedi. Rectum? Damn near killed him. That's not a bad one, Arthur. Broken rectum. We haven't done that one yet. Oh yeah, Rob Zombie movie, The Devil's Rectum. Dances with Rectums is always a good one. That one usually comes up. I like that one. That's an old favorite. Nightmare on Rectum Street. Could have gone Rectum on Elm Street. We got House of a Thousand Rectums. The Haunted Rectum of El Super Bisto. Damn it, Punisher! Gutter Tank VR, what's up? How you doing? I don't know. Do we like Children of the Rectum or Rectum of the Corn more? Children of the Rectum is totally a different statement. Oh, I fucking love that movie. Living Dead 28, what's up? How you doing, man? I'm doing good, Living Dead. Doing a live stream, hanging out with you guys. We're playing the Rectum game right now, which, if you don't know, or if you haven't picked up on it yet, replace a movie title or a song title or a book title with the word rectum and see where it goes. Oh, when Stephen King was using his pseudonym, Richard Bachman, he wrote the Long Rectum, which I need to get that movie. I read the book, and I wanted it to be a movie ever since I read it years and years ago. 007 Rectum Eye is not too bad. Happy Rectum comes up a lot. We also would have done Rectum Feet. We would have accepted Rectum Feet. That's a different thing entirely, though. CW Smith 17, what's up? How you doing, man? Ralph Mullet, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, Rectum does Dallas is not bad. We would have also accepted Debbie does Rectum. No, 77. It's League of Extraordinary Rectums. That's the one you want. All right, that's one box filled up. I've already got cardboard here. Oh, that old Nickelodeon show, Are You Afraid of the Rectum? Yeah, what do you mean, killer rectums from outer space? Journey. Oh no, wait! I already did Journey to the center of the rectum, didn't I? Let's go with Rectum of the Dead. That one's a little better. Ah, no, Punisher. You should have done Crocodile Rectum. Oh, Brando. Bravo. Bravo, Brando. That one was good. Oh, Living Dead. That one is good, too. That one is good. That one is good. In Rectum, no one can hear you scream. I already did O Rectum, Where Art Thou, I think. Uh, 51st Rectums. Ooh. There's something about Rectum. The Muppets Take Rectum. Oh yeah, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Rectums. That one is a classic. That's one of my favorites. I can't believe I didn't already do that one. Cannot believe I didn't already do that one. Ooh! Catch Rectum if you can. That's a good one. That was a good one. The Fault in Our Rectums. Boy, that one's kind of dark. Michael Copenet's 4436. What's up? How you doing, man? So what we're doing, Michael, is we are doing the Rectum game. Replace a word in a song title, movie title, book title, TV show, something like that with the word rectum and see how weird you can make it. The Rectums of Narnia. My Big Fat Greek Rectum. The Sisterhood of the Traveling Rectum. I have no rectum and I must scream. That entertains me to no end. That is fucking hilarious. Dubla Judo, not bad, dude, not bad. The Devil Wears Rectum would have also been very, very good. I like that one. Bridge Over Troubled Rectum. I think Beavis and Butthead Do Rectum works a lot better. Which the movie soundtrack for Beavis and Butthead Do America was pretty damn decent. Not gonna lie, that was pretty damn decent. The Crow Rectum of Angels. Rectum to Terabithia. That was also dark. Where the rectum grows. We also could have done Where the Red Rectum Grows. Yeah, we'll do that. Where the Red Rectum Grows. To Kill a Mocking Rectum. Revenge of the Pink Rectum is pretty good, man. And the Rectum of Fire. That would have been better. Let's see. I know I got some more good ones in the chamber. Let's see. Rectum spotting? Yeah, we can do rectum spotting. The golden rectum. Chicken 175 S4S. What's up? How you doing? $3 minute a little rectum. I'm doing good, chicken. We're playing the rectum game, so I'm having a great time right now. Yeah, I was gonna do chicken, but I like to read the full name when people come in if I can. Do we like cloudy with a chance of rectum or rectum with a chance of meatballs better? A knight's rectum. Keanu Reeves movie, Enter the Rectum. Alfie Finney, what's up? How you doing? What was what? Bill and Ted's Excellent Rectum. Evil Twin, what's up, man? We're doing the rectum game. Yeah, I was fixing to do Bill and Ted's Bogus Rectum. The Rectum of Bagger Vance. Remember the rectums? All right, we have wrapped up our next hour. Yeah, we did House of 1,000 Rectums, man. That's a classic. Where the wild rectums are? We haven't done a tale of two. Oh, gotcha. Nice. We haven't done a tale of two rectums yet. Austin McGee, what's up? Now, let's see if I can spot carbides. Yeah, I'm looking at a pretty smooth edge. If there are carbides, they're a lot smaller than I take that back. Okay. So we'll give it about 4 minutes here. And then we'll get back into this. Yeah, I put it under the microscope. I'm not seeing a bunch of carbides sticking out. There's one of my favorite bands, Mindless Rectum Indulgence. Damn, everybody else went quiet. Give me a second. I'll think of some more. I know I got some more in the chamber. Yeah, I think I already did the Wizard of Rectum. Ooh, Alice in Rectum Land is not bad at all. Training Rectum. Best all-around steel. That's kind of a tough call to make. S35VN would be a good call for that, for a balance between toughness and edge retention. It holds on to an edge really well, but it can also take an absolute beat down. S35VN is definitely a good call. You guys that have some input on that too. Yeah, you got no idea how badly I want to say D2, but I'm still really gun shy with it. Magna Cuts, also another good choice. I know that stuff is pretty solid and it holds on to an edge for fucking ever. But really, you kind of got to prioritize. Meat with Knives, what's up? How you doing? You kind of got to prioritize what you're looking for. If you're looking for toughness, you're not going to get as much edge retention. If you're looking for edge retention, it's going to be more brittle. If you're looking for budget steel, that's going to be a totally different beast. It's just like you don't get cheap, fast, and reliable in the same place with cars. Joseph, I don't have the charts handy. You definitely have to take a look at you'd have to look the charts up yourself to get an answer for that right now. I don't have the charts in front of me. But yeah, like I said, for me with the my experience, which is, you know, kind of limited, I still want to go S35VN for a good general purpose steel. As a matter of fact, give me 1 second here. We'll take a look at the steel chart. Yeah, S35VN is kind of right there in the middle. Okay. So yeah, to answer your question, S35VN is a really good steel for what you're looking for. I was right. There's a bunch of steels in the middle of the chart with S35VN, but S35VN's right there in the middle of the chart. And I've seen some guys do some destructive testing on S35VN on the cold steel AD10, and I was certainly very impressed. I know I've got a Benchmade bug out in S30V, and I know a lot of guys use S30V for a lot of stuff. Now the S35VN is also pretty common as far as an entry level higher end steel, and like I've got the Concept Mato, however you pronounce it. I got that in S35VN. I've got an Ontario Rat 1 in S35VN. And I've got the Cold Steel AD10 in S35VN. Yeah, he works for Cold Steel now. I'm kind of jealous. Like, I doubt he's going to give Cold Steel a bad review. You got to kind of take that with a grain of salt. Yeah, there's just like there's not a whole lot of steels where I have the kind of experience with them where I could like go super crazy on, yes, this one's going to be stupid tough. This one's going to be now edge retention. We've done a lot of edge retention testing. Yeah, Damascus made in Pakistan, definitely avoid. Yeah, we kept talking about getting some 90s Pakistani stainless, and we never did. Yeah, that could be a fun little bonus live stream, just dicking around with that and seeing what we can do to it. And Punisher, I've still got a sharp all stone I've got to mail you. Yeah, I think the problem is a lot of those Pakistani knives from the 90s just didn't survive. I'll need the address again, but I'll email you when I'm ready to ship it. I'm gonna have to take some time to get it boxed up and take some time to get it to the post office, which today was the first day I left the house on my day off and longer than I can remember. You could have gotten the Rectum centipede and it wouldn't have changed a whole lot. Yeah, if I would have thought about it, I would have brought that with me to Wilderness Bushcraft's house and gotten him to print out a shipping label for it so I could just drop it off in the mailbox. If I would have thought about it. Relentless Fishing, yeah, it's going to be going for a long time. We've barely gotten started on this stuff. Dope. Yeah, it's 15V. The steel that's on this, the 15V is some pretty high-end stuff. Like, I think you'd be into one of these 150 or 200 if they still sold them. This was a sprint run, I believe, so they sold what they were going to sell. You might be able to pick one up. Nah, I kind of like ACR. You know, ACR can keep the cost of a pocket knife that'll take care of you down to fucking $10. Like, ACR should be the minimum acceptable steel for knives. Like 3CR shouldn't even exist. And I used to say all the time, I'd like for D2 to come down and replace 8CR13 as the acceptable minimum, but it's, again, as much badly heat-treated D2 as I've gotten. Oh, God, I am so scared of it now. ACR should be 15 bucks or less. Like ACR should be 15 bucks or less, and even at 15 bucks, your build quality better be acceptable. You know, it can be FRN, it can be an FRN, or it could be in polypropylene. You know, a liner lock could be preferable on that. Yeah, 30 is a bit of a push. Once you hit 30, D2 is like the minimum. Yeah, if you've got a Benchmade, you've got a knife about this quality. Benchmade may be overpriced, but their stuff is generally pretty high quality. Fit and finish, blade materials, all that stuff. Like, they do good work. It's just a little bit too expensive for what it is most of the time. Hey, that's pretty good. Yeah, it'd be hilarious if Benchmade ever reached out to me about testing some of their stuff out, but given my complaints about their pricing, I don't see it happening. I don't see a born on date. I'm guessing you got to take it apart or something. No, I've got Golden, Colorado, USA Earth. I've got a little W on here. Spyderco CPM 15V. And that's it. $125C. Yeah, I got 125C. Morlock, what's up? How you doing? So what's that? Born in January? Yeah, if any company should not be having knives made in China, it is definitely Buck. Too much hot glue. God, that's a lot of hot snot. Actually, this one ain't gonna work too good. Aiden, man, thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me go grab something from upstairs. Speaking of Gerber. I finally got one of these guys. Which I've wanted one of these since I first saw it. Yeah, this thing is absolutely badass. Like, I saw this and I didn't know what it was or what to look for. So I've been wanting one for fucking ever. And I was able to get this in a trade from Wilderness Bushcraft. So I'm going to have some fun with that. Yeah, no. Like I saw one a long time ago and I was like, I really want one. And I've tried to find out what it was for the longest time and I didn't know that's what I was getting. It's just Wilderness said that he had some multi-tools and asked if I wanted to pick one up from him. So I traded him some money from selling beads for that multi-tool. And then I found out what it was when I got to his house today. I was like, oh shit, that's exactly the one I've been wanting. Now, you know what? You know what? Not being able to get an edge on the knife isn't the end of the world. You know, I like the suspension as a multi-tool in spite of the blade. Like, I like carrying this thing. The lack of a sheath is a little bit of a bummer, but that's okay. It's still a pretty good multi-tool. What's that? The suspension? What, this guy right here? Oh, hang on. Yeah, there's not really a slow way to do this. Ah. Woo. That's what we needed. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm being quiet. I don't have a lot to add to that. Oh man. I'll tell you what, guys. Kind of wish I wouldn't have rolled a 1. No, I haven't carried the 704 gear long enough. That was going to be Sunday's live stream. I'm going to have to wake up early and do a couple of videos before that live stream starts. I've got one uploaded that I need to take off of unlisted as we speak from the what do you call it? No, we're going to keep going. At the very least, this lets me run the stream as long as I want to. But yeah, no, the pyrite light. I've got that video uploaded. Oh no. The knife itself is doing okay as far as being a knife goes, but in my pocket, it's like having a brick in there. It's way harder to dig around in my pocket around it than I'd like. That's my only gripe. Yeah, we got about 10 minutes left before we finish off the I think I'm more reminded of Syncut than Civivi. I know Syncut is a Civivi brand, but Syncut looks and feels a little different than Civivi does. No, the bearings haven't loosened up on it. Like I said, I'm only mostly sure those are bearings. Unfortunately, it wasn't mentioned in the listing. And of course, I haven't taken it apart yet. Yeah, I said I think the 704 gear is going to get an okay review. As long as that heat treatment's good and the 14C holds up to a good cardboard slayer session, I'll be happy. All right, hotspot's definitely starting to show up now. Yeah, we almost did some K110 tonight. We had it out on the table to go up against this. We had the S15 or the 15V. We had S30V. We had K110. We had D2, and we had 14C28N out of the table. Yeah, that's as close to religious as we're going to get right there. Because I was like, please don't let a fucking Jesus freak drop in here in the middle of that. Well, like our view count has been crazy low. I think we popped off at like 30 peak. So I'm not surprised we haven't had too many of the spammers drop by or the trolls. Like I said, I missed those 6 a.m. streams and the numbers those were pulling, but this is a little bit better as far as having you guys in here. And we are about to conclude hour number 3. The White Garvey, you're out of luck here. Boom, boom. What's up? How you doing? You're in the wrong place for religion. I like how you came in there and tried to catch me, though. All right, we are at the end of hour number 3. Let's get this bitch cleaned off. Yeah. Well, you like it's weird. You know, like I stream at 6 a.m. and my peak concurrence will be like 100, 112, 113. And I'll pull like 20,000 views on a stream. And I stream at this time of night and I get like 12 concurrence. All right. Oh, Brando, you know I got Savibis. Come on now. You know I got Savibis. Yeah, I'm not seeing the same kind of carbides that we were seeing on the Maximit. Emotional support caffeine time. Knives and Pizza, what's up? How you doing? Uh, I don't know which one's better yet. I know the Maximet I like quite a bit, but we're about 3 hours in on the 15V and it's still holding up pretty good. We've lost about 300 points of edge. Um, but I don't know which one's better yet. I know the Maximet tends to be brittle and harder to sharpen. Now, that being said, we are going to be doing some rope cutting with this at the end of the cardboard section. Depending on whether we get to it tonight or not, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not having an issue with the double tap, but that's just me. All right, Punisher, we'll see you in a little bit. I'm going to let my hand rest for a couple minutes and then we're going to start back in on this thing. Damn, Brando. Yeah, it's again, like, I'm kind of glad I'm not in your shoes, but I also wish that we would see snow one good time this year. That would be nice. Yeah, I've seen one small snow flurry, and I mean it lasted a couple hours and it was over. Literally nothing stuck. and it's gotten cold a couple of times, but it's going to be a warm winter here. Oh no, people freak out over snow here too. People freak right the fuck out. That being said, I'd still I like to see it once every couple of years. And considering there's no direction I can go to leave my house where there's not a big ass hill, if that snow sticks at all, I am not leaving the house. Sorry. Work, I'm not showing up unless one of y'all is driving to pick me up and driving me home afterwards. Nope. Yeah, well, I mean, it's again around here. We get a half inch of snow. Everything closes for the day, so it's not that bad. Um, like snow is such a rare occurrence. We get a half inch of snow, everything closes for the day. It's closed. Um, we get a bad snowstorm and things might be bad for a week, and then it's done, and then we won't see another snowstorm for like we won't see another snowstorm like that for like 10 years. So it's not that big of a deal here. Outside of everybody freaks right the fuck out for the days leading up to it. And even then, it's like, all right, so we got to keep the milk and bread stocked. We got to feed the milk sandwich zombies. But it's not that big of a deal. I love that. Yeah, we don't sell snow tires here. Like, we had a massive snowstorm, snowmageddon storm that shut everything down for like a week. And I saw one set of snow chains, and that bitch looked so fucking happy. Like she's driving around on snow chains, and she looked smug as hell. No, we actually don't get blown water pipes. We don't really get that down here. When it freezes, it doesn't stay frozen for long enough, and the freeze doesn't get down into the ground. So, like the ground, the surface of the ground might get cold enough to hold snow once in a while, but it doesn't stay cold long enough to really blow pipes out. Like we don't have that happen anymore. Now we did have someone's lawn irrigation start leaking 2 days ago, and that left a nice trail of ice all the way down the road. Oh yeah, so the couple of y'all that are here, let me show you something. We got our carry for the week of Christmas right here. Check that out. I really like this thing. Yeah, it's a Kaiser Aegis. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I'm looking forward to this one. Last year was the Vosti Raccoon Top Liner Lock. Oh God, yeah, 3 foot thick, 3 foot thick layer of ice. Like I'm sure you're used to driving on the ice too. Like I, in theory, can drive on snow. It's been a long time, but I used to have to pull a trailer across wet grass at work back when I was doing landscaping. You'd have to drive off into wet grass and pull a trailer through that shit. And if you can do that without tearing the grass up, you can drive on snow and ice. But I haven't driven on snow and ice in a long time, and I don't feel like finding out that my vehicle is not up to snuff on a hill. So like I said, there's nowhere to go from my house. It's not a fucking giant hill. There is no direction to go. And I am not risking my safety in my car to try to get to work in that shit. Fuck that. Therian Lover, what's up? How you doing? Let me go grab some stickers. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry, I had a new sticker to grab. Well, if Kevin from Devo ever swings through one of these live streams, he'll be certainly impressed. All right, a little less than a minute, and we are going to get fired back up. Yeah, I thought you'd already answered that question, Brando. All right, here we go. 77, I don't have a prediction for this stuff. I do not have a prediction for this stuff outside of it's going to be it's probably going to be a long session. And she's still cutting pretty damn good. May not be an ultra marathon, but this may end up getting broken up into 2 sessions, maybe. Well, the weird thing is, and this is just one bit of feedback, but KO said the carbide structure in here was going to be similar to the Maximet and the Rex 121. But I've checked the edge under the microscope twice now at the 2 hour and 3 hour mark, and I'm still not seeing a bunch of carbides poking out. Well, the Maximet was 10 hours, and the Maximet's supposed to be higher up the scale than the 15V is, I think. I wouldn't expect 13 hours out of it. Yeah, I don't know how far I'm capable of pushing myself tonight. We're gonna try. Yeah, I got one good hot spot going on. It's definitely starting to hurt. Like I got the usual hot spot right here on the callus, which is starting to hurt, but there's not much you can do about that. Yeah, it's always there. Now that being said, the hot spot isn't as bad as it could have been. It's not as bad as it could be. Yeah, it's the 15V. I don't know how it compares to the like I haven't done S30V yet. I haven't done S30V yet, so I couldn't tell you much about that. And the S35VN we know gives us a good 4 hours. If you're talking to me, 77, I don't have snow here. I'm probably not going to get it this year. No, so 77, we might get snow once every 2 to 3, 4 years, something like that. With the weather system being what it is, it's a weak La Nina system. It's not going to bring me any snow this year, more than likely. Because the weather prediction for the year is 70% less snow than usual, and we already only get snow once every few years. You know, that's what I was saying. I'd like to see one good snowstorm this year, even though it will play hell at work. It's going to royally fuck over the truck deliveries for the week. I'd still like to see one good snowstorm. Well, like here, if it snows, I just get to stay home from work and look out the window at it. You know, walk out on the porch and listen to how dead silent. Because, like, when it snows, there's no cars out on the road. You don't have a bunch of background noise out there. The snow is also soaking up some of the noise. So it's just incredibly quiet and peaceful here. You know, it's incredibly quiet. It's incredibly peaceful. I can just stay home, stay in bed. Oh yeah, no, I just, you know, it snows and I can stay here. I could do a bonus live stream. I could stay in bed and sleep. I could do whatever the hell I felt like, as long as we don't lose power. But it's kind of hard to, our infrastructure is good enough where it's kind of hard to be in a part of the state where you lose power for long at all. I think the longest we've lost power since we moved in here was like a few minutes or something like that. I don't know. It might have been like 30 or 40 minutes. Yeah, it's only in the last I don't know, 10 years or so that we've actually started prepping the roads for snow when we get it in the forecast. But yeah, it's as I was saying, yeah, it's only in the last like 10 or 12 years tops that we started treating roads before snow comes in. And before we put the infrastructure in place to do that because of the last snowmageddon that we had. And even then, it's only on the highly trafficked roads, like the my house that leads to the highway might get treated, but my neighborhood ain't gonna get treated. And I doubt the little side road that my neighborhood's off of is gonna get treated. You know, I can't afford to leave the house and then find out that the road didn't get treated, because literally you go out to the traffic light and you try to turn left, big ass hill. You try to turn right, big ass hill. Even if you get down the hill safely, there's not a good way to get back up the hill. Oh yeah, like I said, that's one thing I do kind of miss is back in the day, you know, I was a lot more ballsy about going out and playing in the snow. A large part of that was less regard for my own safety. And I was in an area where there weren't many large hills. So I'd get out, I'd find parking lots, I'd fucking play, I'd drive around the neighborhood, I'd fuck around. And I really enjoy driving in the snow. It's just the older I get, the less interested I am. Damn, 77. I bet it would be cool. I bet it would be cool to fly out there and just kind of check out the village and everything out there, and especially compared to how things are here in the United States. Yeah, like my truck is rear wheel drive. My front tires are showing their age. For some reason, in a rear wheel drive vehicle, my back tires are in way better shape than my front tires are. And then the wife's car is front wheel drive, and the tires on the front are the older tires. So like either way, neither one of the cars has all four tires new enough to get away with driving in the snow. Yeah, I feel like mobile homes are kind of uniquely American. I could be wrong about that. No, I take that back. I take that back because I know there are mobile home parks in Europe too. So never mind. But I don't see the American style mobile home show up overseas in anything that I watch or read. Yeah, that sounds like it never, the temperature in your house almost never changes, does it? Like 13 degrees outside and it's still 50 degrees in your house. Yeah, I think my house was built in like 1994, so I don't get all the luxuries of stone walls and all that. Yeah, we don't have history like that out here. Like we don't have history like that out here. Like just thinking that something like that still exists from that far back in time is mind blowing. Yeah, we do have, like, we got some stuff that's still preserved from that far back, but it's not like, say, European history where you can stick your head outside and see a church from 1400 standing there, or like you said, a graveyard from the 10th century across the street from your house. You know, everything you're looking at was probably built within the last 50 years. Like a 50-year-old building for us is an old one. Mystical Grape, I haven't handled the $6 Gordon machete, but honestly, for $6, you can break it and just buy a new one. It's a pretty disposable toy. The machetes I have were made by Cold Steel. And I got one Fisker's machete somewhere around here. And then there's a Camillus Carnivore. There's a generic machete that I found in the woods. But yeah, I don't have a Gordon machete with any experience to tell you a whole lot about it. Oh yeah, I know guys that have lost 3/4 of their paycheck to child support. It's like, bro, I get that you need to support your kids, but how the hell are you supposed to survive off of 1/4 of a $17 an hour paycheck? Like, how the hell are you supposed to survive? Please make that make sense. Gotten to use the new one or what? Because, like, you know, I live in a suburb. I don't have a reason to use a machete very often, and when I do, I use the one that I found in the woods for free, more than anything else, because I don't care what happens to it. Like, I don't care what happens to any of my machetes, but that's the one that's like the easiest to reach, and if I hit a rock with it, oh well. You know, I'll just go to the belt grinder and zip a new edge on it. What do you mean, gravel trucks for when it snows? We've got a couple of strategic gravel piles, and we have trucks to treat the road with. But like I said, if you remember the last Snowmageddon, around 2013 or whatever, that's when the city of Atlanta, or when the state of Georgia finally said, hey, we should buy some stuff in case this happens again. But yeah, Mystical Grape, I don't get a chance to use machetes very often. I just don't. Yeah, like I said, we got gravel trucks, but when we think snow is coming in, we usually brine the roads, and then I think gravel happens afterwards in case we do get a lot of ice. But even with that Snowmageddon deal, they did have gravel trucks come out, but it was like a day too late. And everybody that abandoned their cars on the side of the road, their shit was dinged up to hell and back. Because it was just lines of cars on the side of the road, and the gravel trucks just came through and graveled right along the side of them. Don't tell me we're starting to see issues here. I'm not in the Appalachians. I am outside of Atlanta by a little ways. Like I said, getting to Blade Show Atlanta takes about a half hour. So I'm not really that far up in the Appalachians or anything. But didn't expect to see this already. Yeah, the last time I was really out and about in the snow, I had a Mazda B2300 with some new tires on it. That was nice to have. I could do a lot of driving around in that thing. I tell you what was fucking epic in the ice was my 1969 Dodge Sportsman van. That thing was fucking epic, man. That thing was let's see, wheel to wheel was just shy of 12 foot. It was a little bit shy of 12 feet long, 110-inch wheelbase. So that thing was a lot of fun to get out there and, you know, spin out, do some fishtails, drift a little bit. Like that thing was a lot of fun. Boy, this is really getting the hot spot going crazy, man. This box is a pain in the ass to cut through. I didn't think Ford Taurus went back to the 70s, but because I think the Ford Taurus was new to America, at least whenever the RoboCop movie came out. Unless they had the Taurus name out and then discontinued it and brought it back, and I don't know about it, but I don't remember ever seeing a Taurus from the 1970s. I know the Taurus did not die a good death out here. Yes, I think they cut loose with the Taurus brand in America in the 1980s. I want to say. Yeah, so I think with the Taurus, Ford revived an old badge, and yeah, like I said, I don't know enough about snow as far as different vehicles. I think the most fun I had in the snow was that 1969 Dodge A110 van, followed very closely by the 1993 Saturn station wagon that I had. I had a ton of fun in the snow with that thing. I miss that station wagon. I wish I still had it. But me being stupid with it. Yeah, so if I could buy back a car that I once owned, it would be that Dodge van. I want another one, but they're hard to come by, and they're real hard to come by in good shape. Let's see. Right now we're at 4 hours and 39 minutes. I'm still going pretty strong. So let's see let's see how far I can push myself tonight. Yeah, the Fiskars machete I got's pretty nice. I don't know where the hell I left it. You're kidding me. I got a Mountain Dew Code Red down here too. This day just keeps getting better. I found a bottle of water and a Mountain Dew Code Red. Yeah, it's 9:25 p.m. here. Yeah, y'all are on metric time. 77, if I remember right, Croatia. Hey, I remembered. Yeah, 77's in Croatia. God, I'm going to hate putting this shit back in the box once I dump it on the garage floor. Yeah, trust me, there's a lot I could say, but we don't do politics here. Well, hell, it doesn't even take drones now. Like, look how ill prepared America was for the Vietnam War. Like, you'd think a superpower like the United States could have just manhandled Vietnam and been done with it. Well, if your favorite cartridge isn't 45 ACP, you're wrong. Bingo, 45 because they don't make 46. Although, if I was a gun manufacturer, I would seriously consider making a 46 just for the shits and giggles. Till we giggle and shit. Aiden, I hope you're enjoying me watching me go through this for you guys. Dope. So Ralph Mullet, what happened is depression. Shit at work started going real bad, and that kicked off a round of depression that got out of control. And I was gonna take a break for a week, and that week turned into 2 months, is what happened. So like right now, I'm trying to get back in the algorithm's good graces, so that I might see more than a little bit of what am I trying to say? Like right now, my concurrent viewer count is like 15, where it was like 35, 36, 40 consistently for a long time. So I'm trying to get back to where I've got a good concurrent count. But yeah, like I'm a pretty open book about stuff like that. I have no problem talking about it. Fix some of the problems at work, at least for the time being. And I also worked with my psychological help team and got some meds changed up so that I could deal with things a little bit better. So I'm in better shape now. I appreciate that, Ralph. Yeah. So shit got pretty dicey there for a while. I can't even imagine how unpleasant I would have been trying to do live streams like that. But the whole time I was like, I need to be doing live streams. I need to be doing something. Yeah, and the last time this happened, the last time it popped off like this, I was heavily into blacksmithing, and I was doing a lot of stuff in the shop, just dicking around, and I had a YouTube channel for that. And just one day out of the blue, I couldn't force myself to be in the shop anymore. And if you're having to force yourself to be in a shop and your head and your heart aren't in it, you're going to get hurt. I was like, you know what? I just don't want to take that kind of injury. No, what's up with Brioni Island? I never even heard of Brioni Island. And in 5 minutes, Wilderness Bushcraft should be starting his Whatnot stream. Antelopes. Yeah, 1977's English isn't perfect, but it's really damn good. He's out in Croatia, so you kind of got to read a little bit through the read through some of the mistranslations. From what I understand, the hat pins were something that women used for self-defense, and then they got outlawed. Yeah, because I know women were using them as a deterrent for guys getting handsy and grabby. And I think that's what caused them to be banned, is because they were being used to defend oneself. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, in about 2 minutes here, I'm about to go bust an enormous piss. All right, this is the end of hour number 4. Give me a minute, I'll be right back. Oh boy. Oh my God. I needed that. Oh. Yeah, Punisher, I had to bust a whiz pretty bad. Can we still make a cut? No, like that was bad. I've been holding that in for a while too. Like I've been waiting on that for a hot minute. $5.97. So one of two things is going to happen. One of two things is going to happen. Either the edge is right about to crap out, or we're going to be pushing way through the 600s for at least another hour. Well, the Simpsons still make money. You know, it's kind of surprising that they're still going this damn long. Now that being said, what did Marge Simpson's voice pass away? So that may present a problem. I don't think they could really replace Marge Simpson's voice. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. I was wondering about that. It seemed like they made it seem like the American voice that passed away. Ugh. KO Knives, yes, I'm still doing this shit. We're 4 hours in on the edge. We're 4 hours in on the edge. We're gonna pick it back up in about 6 minutes here. I'm just letting my hand rest and letting the hot spot rest for a second. I like the way the modified Sabinza looks. I like that scale. Um, that being said, having no experience with a Sabinza, that's about all I can offer. I like the way it looks with the scale. Ground Fog, what's up? How you doing, man? We're 1 like away from 50. God, I am already in love with that. KO, I appreciate the 100, brother. Thank you for that. Speaking of which, you guys, if y'all weren't aware, I bought a new sheet of batteries for the action figures. I bought new batteries for the butt heads, so we no longer have dead ones. What the hell happened with this multi-tool, KO? What the hell did you do? How the hell did you cut your wrist with it? Yeah, I know the blade is serrated, but what were you doing with it? Yeah, because that's what he's talking about with the serrated blade right there. Yeah, that'll do it, KO. But like I told the guys earlier, KO, I have wanted one of these since the first time I saw one, and I didn't know what they were to look one up and buy it. So now I finally got one. I believe it's a 600. I believe this one is the 600. Yeah, because that's what I was told. It was 600 something. Evil Twin, thank you for the 100, man. I appreciate it. But no, I was told this is a 600 something. So I believe this is a 600 right here. KO, thank you for the 100. But you know, that's what I was talking about earlier with this thing is I traded some money from beads being sold to Wilderness Bushcraft. He just said he had some multi-tools that he picked up and asked if I'd be interested in one, and I said yes, and I didn't know what this was. I didn't know what the multi-tool was until I got my hands on it today. All right, back to it. All right, KO, have a good one, man. Canon USMC, what's up? How are you doing, man? Well, didn't Joe Pesci actually have ties to the mob? If I'm not mistaken, part of why he was so good at it. Yes, sir. We got the Spyderco Manix 2 lightweight with 15V steel. We've already been going in on it for 4 hours. This starts hour number 5 on it. Or you could have gone with Rectum, fellas. Home Alone 2, Lost in Rectum. Yeah, you guys that weren't here earlier, we were playing the Rectum game where you replace a word in a movie title, book title, song title, something like that with the word rectum and see how weird it gets. And it pretty much stayed with movie titles. So the best grade cardboard is 32-pound edge crush test, Caleb. That's that happy medium where it cuts well, but it's also not so hard to cut through that it fucks your hand up and fucks your wrist up. Personally, I feel like if they got a short guy to play me in a movie, I'd just be entertained to no end. Like, I would get such a good laugh out of it. Toughest one I cardboard tested so far has to be the it's either going to be the Maximet or the Rex 121. The Rex 121 probably would have outlasted the Maximet, but we cut glass with it halfway through because someone paid to see it happen. Before I was ready to do it. And the Maximet took 10 hours on the chin like a boss. Oh, budget steel, we've done all kinds of stuff, but as far as budget steels, as long as it's heat treated properly, D2 is the king of the budget steels. But I mean, you do good with 9CR18. We've done 8CR13. It does okay. 3CR13 is the bottom of the barrel. Boy, this cardboard's wrecked. Yeah, toxic rectum's not a bad one. Oh, the original Toxic Avenger is fucking fantastic if you like B movies. Like, if you like B movies, the Toxic Avenger is fucking phenomenal. Yeah, if you like the easy ass B movies, you got to check out Trauma. Trauma's got a lot of really good stuff that is done on a budget of tens of dollars. Yeah, you'll like trauma movies in. The Rough Rider that I tested was VG10, and that was, I think, what was that, like 3 hours, something like that? The VG10 on the Rough Rider did okay. We did a Wasp series canoe. To be fair, John Travolta's kind of a terrible person. Thanks, Scientology. John Travolta is definitely not someone I'd want to sit and talk with. Because the first question I ask him, and what would probably be the last one, is why did you let your son die of a seizure that could have been prevented? Hell, I'd rather let Sam Kinison be my Uber driver than hang out with John Travolta. I hate when my mind goes blank for somebody that's really famous, because it's really bothering me now. Jason Momoa. I would hang out with Jason Momoa. He looks like he'd be a lot of fun. This is about to be no fun. The Holy Mr. H, what's up? How you doing? Chris Gitz, what's up? How you doing? Oh yeah, we've done this with Maximet not too long ago. That was a slog. Don't let your dreams be dreams, Punisher. Just do it. I appreciate that, Chris, man. The kind words are always appreciated for sure. So you got a YouTube channel for blades too? Hey, y'all go visit Chris Kitz's channel and subscribe. He's got like 30 subscribers. I'm number 30. Y'all go drop him a sub real quick. Do it for your old pal Knives, I guess. Yeah, Chris, no worries, dude. I wish you would have caught this on a live stream where I had like 70 people watching, but that wasn't in the cards tonight. Yeah, hopefully, I'll tell you one thing you want to do is do some live streams. Live streams is where I pick up most of my views and most of my new subscribers. Is these vertical live streams. So try to figure out what you can do on a live stream that's a little different for everybody else. And rock those out hard. Granted, not too many people are going to live stream for 6 hours straight, like I've done so far. But I'm hoping this is going to be a 6 to 8. Hopefully, it's going to be a 4 to 6,000 view live stream. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention that, Punisher, I seem to remember something about that. Yeah, like I said, just figure out what you're going to do for a live. Like, figure out what you're going to do on the live, especially with a small channel. You got to do something to grab people's attention. Like I've got this janky ass table that's hard not to stop and stare at. I've got these lights here that are hard not to stop and stare at. I'm doing something stupid. I'm doing something kind of dumb that, you know, sometimes it gets a lot of attention, sometimes it doesn't. But, you know, I'm doing something. And for the guys that are out in the weeds and super into knives, this is some interesting information. Hey, thanks for the happy poop. And I would recommend probably sticking with shorts for a little while. You're not going to pull a ton of views on it. Snow Seppi 1992, what's up? How you doing, man? We're doing some edge retention testing. We're testing out the edge retention on this Spyderco Manix 2 lightweight in 15V. But I would probably stick with shorts until you get your on-camera personality figured out, because it's going to take you a little while to learn how to speak to the camera without being super self-conscious. God knows it took me about a year. And then I started doing long-form videos, but that's just how I did it. Your mileage may vary. On the channel, we don't mess with clones or counterfeits. I have had a few clones that I didn't know about until someone pointed it out to me, and they got taken off the channel pretty much immediately. But I don't mess with clones or counterfeits. The ergonomics, they're holding up. I've had a hot spot since 2.5 hours, but the hot spot's not really getting worse. Like the hot spot right here is still pretty angry, but it's not getting more angry as time goes on. Now, that being said, Snow Seppi, we have done Temu knives before, just Temu knives in general, and they all did very poorly. They're I'm trying to remember how much the I am not sure what CCFFCC is. But I think I think this was a little bit easier, not much, but a little bit better than the AWT. I think. I don't fully remember what the ergos were like on the AWT scales. I remember they were okay, but I think this is a little bit easier, just a little. That's not good. friend. What's up, man? We got 15V. And I think we are officially at the end of the Edge's life. I think we've hit end of life at 5 hours and 30 minutes. Yeah, we'll mark this out right about here. Brando, don't be like that. No, that's not bad for a beginner at all. I know my shorts were pulling 750 to 1,000 views for a quick 15-second pocket check. My long form videos might get 80 to 100 views. So like the channel's not that big, 6,000 subscribers, and I'm not getting a lot of traction and a lot of audience unless I'm doing live streams. And like right now, the view count concurrence has been really low. So it kind of it fluctuates a lot. Very rarely, once in a blue moon, a company will send me something, but it's not very often. Most of the stuff is either a gift from a friend or it comes out of my pocket. But Spyderco and Benchmade use washers because washers can handle a lot more dirt than bearings can. Like you can get a lot of dirt into the action and washers are still going to be okay. That being said, I don't know what they make that's on bearings. I don't know what they make that's on bearings. But in the big picture, 6,000 isn't a lot, but it is a lot in that it took me a long time to get there. And a lot of channels that I've seen that pop up make it to around 2,000 to 3,000 subscribers, and then they just give up. Okay. Let's check this edge. $587. No, I haven't seen the new Spyderco, but the way this channel operates is it's very much a budget channel. Favorite steel so far is probably going to be MagnaCut. But no, the channel operates on budget knives that are like 50 bucks or less. And a lot of it is not based on trying to keep up with current trends because that gets too expensive too fast. So it's what kind of cool things have I found, even if they are kind of old. Like while we're on a break, I'll show you the stuff that I haven't carried for review yet. Just a real quick peek under the skirt. Yeah, so I try to get a minimum of 4 videos out of a knife. So a lot of times there's the unboxing, and then it'll go on the pile for a while, and then before I carry it, we'll do an overview of the knife. I'll carry it for a week, and then I'll follow up with how it did during the week. Then I'll do a live stream with it like we're doing right now, and I'll come back with the video from the live stream, letting everybody know how it did on the live stream. So that's 4 or 5 videos per knife. So the cost per video can be anywhere from like $2 to $10, just depending on what's going on. So like I've got this box of stuff, and a lot of it came from the last 2 years of Blade Show, and some stuff that I've bought in between Blade shows. But like, so like I was just gifted this Dream Tech today. I was just gifted this Dream Tech today, which means I'm gonna have to do the general unboxing video. Gonna have to do the general unboxing video and first look at this for the channel. This Kaiser right here is a Kaiser Aegis, and I just showed the guys this thing a little while ago. But we got the Kaiser Aegis, and this is to carry for the week of Christmas and the Christmas week live stream right here. This is AEBL stainless, which we haven't tested yet. Which I'm real happy to have that thing. I love limited edition stuff like that. We have got the Tenable, I believe this is the, yeah, this is the Tenable Cryo right here. Brando, I don't know when I have time for Diablo, but shoot me an email. We'll figure that out at some point. I got a rake right here. I believe this is called the Claw, which again I got for $40 at Blade Show. This was $40 at Blade Show. Got a Rosecraft blades here. I believe this is the Tarkana. I believe it's the Tarkana, which was another $45 at Blade Show. This was a yeah, I'm not on PS4. My shit on PS4 is modded and not good for unless you need the power level real fast. Not good for a lot. But I've got this guy right here. It's a land, and that was $10 on Amazon. I've got the Kaiser Mini Roach right here, which was another 40 some odd bucks. I think $40. It's discontinued now. Got a Shanzu P Fowl right here, which was I think about $40 on Amazon when I caught it on sale. 35, $40. Oh yeah, the Mini Roach illumined. I got a Sin Cut Slashkin right here. That was a gift from a friend that I have yet to carry. It's been in here for quite a while waiting. I've got my Concept Corvid XL, and I cannot tell you how hot to trot I've been to get my hands on one of these. And at Blade Show, it was down to 50 bucks. They're normally like 80. Yeah, I've got PS4. That's what I'm saying. On PS4, I've got Diablo, but all my gear is modded gear. So it's useless unless you need someone to carry you through to a high Paragon level. And then it's really useful. The orange one? Well, you mean this one? This is a GVDV that costs like 14 bucks on Amazon. We got a San Renmu right here. I don't know the model name on it, but we got the San Renmu. I've got the Civivi Bull Tusk right here. I believe that was 45 bucks at Blade Show. Got the SE Chirp right here, which was, I think I picked that up for 20 bucks. I've got a cheap ass albatross that I picked up for 10 bucks. Oh yeah. This right here, the NAFS Lander 1 with the lunar surface scales on it. Absolutely love this thing. I got a gas station knife that came from one of the regulars on the channel that isn't here right now. He is taking a break from social media, so he's not here to see this thing being shown off tonight. I've got a Ganzo here that I'm pretty sure is not a clone of something else in 440C, just because everybody's been asking me to carry some Ganzos. And a lot of Ganzos are knockoffs. Race Crim, what's up? How you doing, man? Rosecraft Bowfin right here. Nice little button lock with a front flipper and centrifugal open right here. We got the Sin Cut Hyrax, which I was excited about when those things dropped, and I didn't pull the trigger on one until Blade Show. Really love the way that thing looks. Yeah, like I don't discriminate. And again, almost all this stuff is like 40 to 50 bucks, or at least that's what I paid for it. Got the Tenable Raven right here. This was another one. I picked it up for like 40 bucks at a Blade Show. I know they're more expensive to buy at retail, but Blade Show pricing is great. The Hyrax, I like it, but I haven't carried it and used it so far. So I can tell you I like it from picking it up and handling it, but I haven't carried it to find any drawbacks yet. We got the Rosecraft Blades little chonk right here, which I bought that because of the red and silver. It reminds me of the Iron Man suit from the fight with Mickey Rourke. We've got a Spyderco Bird right here, an 8CR13 that was a gift from the Punisher 2, if he's still in here. We got a CRKT Drifter, also from Punisher 2. I traded him some beads for a bunch of stuff. We have got a Kershaw Leak, which it's an old knife. They've been around forever, but I haven't carried one and used it. We've got an HX Outdoors button lock with a model name that's not on the box for I don't know what reason. And then lastly, we got a NAFS Lander 6, which I still need to put on my keychain, but I'm going to carry this as my primary knife for a week or a few days and see how it treats me. Well, Bird is Spyderco's budget line. Okay, so BYRD, that's Spyderco's budget line. So if you want to buy a Spyderco, but you need to save some money, Bird is where you go. If Aiden is still in here, the Spyderco Manix 2 lightweight that I've got right here is a gift from Aiden. Awesome, Dave. What's up? How you doing? No, the Lander 6 is a backlock. Actually, I'm planning on trying to do a cardboard slayer session with the Lander 6. Chris, I don't have people. I generally speaking don't have people send stuff in to check out. And besides which, you need to be checking out your own stuff. It's just Punisher. I know him. He's been here for a long time. Aiden, he's been here for a long time. He had something he wanted me to check out that I couldn't turn down. All right, Jacob, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. But Aiden also sent a Spyderco Sage 5 and Rex 121. But generally speaking, I don't have people send stuff to me, especially not people that I don't know that well, because that involves doxing myself. I don't have a PO box. No, so almost all that stuff is stuff I bought. And a lot of it is super chat donations over the course of many live streams that I took the money from the YouTube channel to Blade Show with me, which this year was about $1,300, and bought everything that I saw there that I wanted, basically. And then, because I am spending more money than I'm making, and it's for the YouTube channel, I wrote it off on taxes and got my taxes from like $1,300 down to like $200. Okay. $395, that ain't right. How many clips do I have left? Still got a few. Okay, well, we're going to try to keep going with this thing and see if we can't get the edge to cooperate some more. I'm not seeing 600 yet. I'm just seeing bad cuts on the cardboard, and we should have a 600 in there, but we don't. Or I can't find it. This is another one that I just got through carrying and doing cardboard slayer on and reviewing. It didn't hold an edge too great. The edge retention wasn't too impressive, but the action on it is so good. No, I haven't seen the bolt. That being said, I haven't spent a ton of time looking up new knives. I've also got a full-time job, so that's been taking up most of my time and energy. So we'll let my hand rest for a couple minutes and we'll start back in with this thing. But basically, you saw all those knives. Each one of those knives is minimum a week's worth of content. Um, so like I said, you've got the preview video. Like almost all those have been shown on the channel by now, but there's the overview before it's carried. There's a week of carry on it. There's the follow up on that week of carry just to let everybody know how it did. And then there's the live stream, and then there's the Julian Garcia. I'm not pulling them all out again. I just did that, but and then the live stream results. So that's 4 videos off of each of those. There's 4 videos off of each of those knives, so you can see just how many weeks of content I got sitting there waiting to go. So like I saved up for about 6 months for Blade Show, and then threw down a Blade Show when I knew that I was going to pick up as many weeks of content as possible. Now I thought there'd be more. Blade Show last year, there were a whole lot more $35, $40 knives for sale. But this year there weren't nearly as many $35, $40 knives out there. So I did what I could with it. And I think I came home with 23 or something like that. Like, it was over half a year's worth of content. So I don't have to buy anything for, well, that many weeks. I haven't counted how many there are in there now, but it's a lot. And of course, while I am chewing my way through that backlog slowly, a week at a time, I'm going to find something else on Amazon for 30 or 40 bucks that I want to get. I'll find something else that I might want to get for 15 bucks. And then there are times where I'll go on Amazon and I'll look for the cheapest knife possible, and I'll get an I bought the cheapest knife on Amazon video out of it. So it might be like $4.95 for 2 videos, something like that. No, I don't have any Microtechs. I was tempted to buy one, but then I found out if you sharpen it yourself, you void the warranty. So I haven't been that interested in chasing one down after finding that out. Oh yeah, I had one cheapest knife on Amazon knife that cut the shit out of me because it was an unsafe design. I stuck that in the forge, got it red hot, and then fucked it up with a hammer. And then of course, I've been sent a couple of flashlights to check out. I've been sent a couple of multi-tools. Um, Something I have done as the channel's gotten bigger is I've reached out to a few companies to say, hey, do you want to work with me on this? Or are you willing to work with me on this? NAFs, they sent me a Lander 2 to check out. Albatross sent me an FKO 55, but they also sent some absolute dog shit garbage knives alongside that thing for I don't know what reason. I don't know why that's what they wanted me to show you guys. Gen Knives usually sends me out whatever they have just released to check out on the channel. Gen is really cool. Gen, you build the knife. You buy a kit and you build the knife, which I am working with them currently on getting my design put out as a kit. We'll see whether or not that happens. Like they say that the project is still a go, but they're trying to clear out some of their backlog of stuff that they have to deal with from them having a few setbacks on their last design. So it's kind of a waiting game right now. But hopefully, at some point within the next year, you'll be able to buy a knives, I guess, a gin and knives, I guess, collaboration. At 40 to 60 bucks. I'm not sure. I haven't bought a new cleaver in a while. If you can find the O Knife Gar, because I think the Artisan Cutlery Proponent was about 60 bucks when I bought it, 50 to 60. And then the Gar, here it is. I think the Gar was 45 on sale. But the only other cleaver that I bought recently, Artisan Cutlery Proponent. Nope, no centrifugal. But this thing I absolutely love. It's an absolute monster. You go take that number 3. You go number 3 your brains out. But that O Knife Gar, I absolutely love that thing. Yeah, I'll type it out in the hang on a second. Let me see if it's still on Amazon. No, I don't want to look up fucking guard. God damn it. Hang on. The GAR is discontinued. The O Knife is discontinued. Okay, we're back on track again. Yeah, if you can find a Kaiser Sheepdog XL, that thing is fucking awesome. Brianna Tomzak, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, we need to test further back on this blade. Yeah, I tell you what, I cannot find the dead spot on here, but there's a dead spot. Yeah, I can't find the dead spot on here. Oh, damn, that's a good score. That's a good score. Around the cabin, what's up? How you doing, man? We're doing the Manix 2 and 15V. Which I think it's safe to say this edge is done. We are 5.5 hours in on this edge. Which is a pretty good show. So I guess we're going to sharpen this and hang out for a while I'm sharpening this. I don't know how long it's fixing to take. Boy, this scented candle's about to be fighting for its damn life. All right, we got 17 degrees per side coming up. Oh, shit. But yes, it is the Lord's carry. All right, Chris, man, thank you for being here. I will see you later, man. We should be doing another live stream on Sunday night. Should. Now, how long before we get a herder masturbation guy? You're good around the cabin. Yeah, my go-to recommendation for a cold steel is pretty much always the AD10. And of course, you want something in an Atlas lock too. What do you want around the cabin? The mayhem? You talking about this bad boy right here? The fact that I'm not pulling a burr on this is a little disconcerting. Oh no, I've had this sharpener for a long time. Illumin, thank you for the flower. I appreciate that. No, I've had this sharpener for a while now. I haven't gotten a new sharpener in quite some time. Oh, you're talking about the Twist Master around the cabin. Yeah, the Cold Steel Twist Master. Well, yeah, there we go. Yeah, around the cabin. I'm getting somewhere. We've sharpened her up to 400 grit. All right, so we got her to a 208. Now let's do the messy part. Yeah, it's not bad for a 400 grit edge. But of course, we needs the 400 grit. For the ropeses. Yeah. Yeah, we've been streaming. Trust me, the stream has been uninterrupted. I'm not doing 2 live streams in one night like that. Gravy Seal, you sending the gifts, man? I appreciate it, dude. All right. I think we're going to call this at 16 cuts. We're going to put socks on. Sock game. All right. Sock game is officially underway. All right. Let's get her properly sharpened. Oh, we're down to no one watching this. They're not pineapples, they're donuts. I tell you what, I wish this stuff would give me a nice clean burr. We started out with 220 Dan stand the last time we sharpened it before we started cutting the rope. And now I'm starting at 320 just because this stone is in better shape than my 220 grit stone is. There's absolutely no burr. Yeah, that's pretty damn good. KO, what's up? Would you believe I'm not getting a burr at all on this? Lucas Montana, what's up? Yeah. Yeah, we know that S90V knife was fake. Why do you bring it up? Yeah, that's $10 too much for it. Somebody in the comments said that they got one of those, and the action on it was a lot better than mine. It was actually locking up and behaving properly. No, that's okay, KO. You know I like sharpening my stuff. We're going all the way up to 3,000 KO. I never saw any carbide sticking out of this under the microscope. I never saw any carbide sticking out like I did with the Maximet. I don't know. We sharpened her to 400 grit and went in on the rope. I got 16 cuts before it just kind of stopped cutting the last little bit of the rope. I mean, besides, if we destroy the cutting performance of the knife, doing this to 3,000, we can always go back to 400 grit and or 600 grit and knock the edge back into place. Well, no, I wasn't even getting a burr off of a 220 grit. I didn't even get a burr on 220. No, not at all. 220 didn't do it. 320 didn't do it. 400 didn't do it. I'm just going by eye and the assumption that I'm fully apexed. As far as I know, I'm apexing. We got it from like a 587 down to a 208, just going at a quick 400 degree edge. Yeah, 400 degree edge. What did I say? Did I say 400 degree? I'm in a quick 400 grit edge. Sorry, I'm tired. I've been talking for like 6 hours now. Yeah, I've been talking for 7 hours. And watch, that 7 hours is going to be like 4,000 views. Yeah, those 6 a.m. streams are the ones that are pulling the numbers. But, you know, thankfully I'm not doing this because I'm desperate for views. This is more for the love of the game. And I've had a good time hanging out with the regulars that I didn't get to see when I was streaming at 6 a.m. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I was chasing a burr, and the bevel just became massive as a result of chasing a burr down. This has been surprisingly easy to sharpen. No, you're not wrong. Polished edges are for show. But I do like my polished edges. That's the thing, is I like my large bevel and I like my polished edges, and I can do that, so I do. All right, Punisher, have a good one, man. We'll see you on the next one. Yeah, I've actually got to wrap this stream up soon myself. It's damn near midnight. So if you guys have anything profound to add, now's the time, because once I finish stropping this and checking the edge, I got to go. Well, here's hoping. All right. I'm happy with the appearance of the bevel. Seems like it's cutting all right. Yeah, I'm starting to get loopy, you guys. Yeah, 167. We didn't get under 150, but if this steel's got a larger carbide structure, then I pushed it way too hard on the stones. I pushed it way too hard. Yeah, 178. I've got 4 test clips left. Now I got 3 left. I'll tell you what, KO Knives needs one of these. Yeah, KO needs one of these to see how his sharpening does. Yeah, we're kind of shaving. We are shaving, just not as nicely as I'd like. Yeah, I know what you're trying to do with your money. It would just be nice for you to have one for your own use. Now the question is, yeah, he's designing his own knife. He's got an OEM picked out. He's got prices figured out for the prototypes, all that stuff. Didn't want to be. What's up? How you doing? Damn, battery died. Oh yeah. Yeah, so I think we're gonna wrap the stream up. That way I can go rest and enjoy a few minutes before I have to load up on medication and put myself under for the night. So you guys, I appreciate y'all being here. Um, I appreciate y'all being here and keep an eye out. We should be doing one on Sunday afternoon. Should be. Yeah, it's time for me to wrap this up, you guys. So, yeah, thanks for being here. I will see y'all later. Good night.